Testing? How is this? Can you hear me now? Okay. Well, we're having to put everything on one audio channel. That's probably something I'll need... Oh, excuse me. Need to address in the future, but that's fine. Anyway, to get y'all caught up, I have accepted the X-Planes program. I just accepted suborbital research because we're doing a science-heavy save like we did last time. Yeah, basically. But I have also designed the X1, two of them. So, interesting thing, we are kind of going with an X1 design that is more resembling of the D558 series, where we will have a jet and a rocket plane, that will be using the same airframe. So, to better explain, this is the X1 Kegamine Rin. This is our supersonic jet. For some reason... Oh, well, now it is. This game and fucking gaslighting me, I swear to God. It was not letting me load, into this menu, like this default menu, when it came to recoloring the fairings, but now it will, because this game loves making me look stupid. But yeah, this is the X1. This is going to be our supersonic jet. We have our intakes down here. We have our jet engines. These are unused tanks for the most part, but that all changes when we get to this thing's bigger sibling, the Kegamine Lin, which uses rocket engines. And the reason that I'm doing this will be explained when I hop over to the tech tree. Essentially, I don't know if this was always the case, but it seems to be the case now. They seem to have moved the, I think it's the XLR-11 or the XLR-99, whatever the X1 engine is, out of the space planes, rocket planes line, and into just rocket engines. That is generally a change that I agree with. Like, we have post-war rocketry and whatever. But if we do supersonic plane research, we get all the parts for the X1, and we get jet engines, and those jet engines can just barely break the sound barrier. Just barely break the sound barrier. So we're gonna go to basically Mach 1.05 or 1.1 on these jet engines, and then we will have these researched. Now, I don't know if I want to research those, or if I want to save up for these, so that we can get more science. I'm kind of thinking the latter, because I've also been working on some sounding rockets. And they don't really need these engines. So let's hop over into the VAB and take a look at those. You know, having to restart Kerbal for shit like that is... it's remarkably common. Okay. Sorry, I had to switch out to, make sure chat was on screen properly. I also will say, if we're having any performance issues, I'm running a couple of experimental settings that I've not played much with. Namely, the borderless full screen hack that you can do so that I can tab out. So if anything feels jittery or whatever, 50% it might be because I'm on Linux. That is a quite reasonable explanation, but the rest is that I'm running this game with a little bit of wacky settings, I suppose. But so this is the sort of ultimate sounding rocket that I designed. It is a bit strange. So it is basically a V2 as the first stage, and then the second stage is this cluster of redundantly angled, I believe these are not Veronique. Yeah, they are Veronique. Okay. Veronique engines, and then you have this central Veronique engine, and this gets like 5 kilometers delta V. This is with starting tech. We can totally do this. But to start off with, we're going to start with just one. And we don't need nearly this much avionics. So we can make this thing quite a bit lighter and simpler. Honestly, 2 tons is probably achievable. Let's see. But yeah, that's going to be our first sounding rocket. Now, I don't know what I'm naming the sounding rockets after. Generally, we're going to be naming the rocket rockets after Neon Genesis Evangelion characters because I'm a loser or whatever. Oh, I also need to set my space agency flag because I had to restart the game to do that. So let's go put the Dyke flag up. But yeah, I hope everybody's been good. If you have any questions about where I've been or whatever, just hop in the Discord and look at my announcement. I'm not gonna get into like huge details, but I don't know. I've been fighting in the trenches. All right, flagpole. Might just have to do that from here. That's gonna stutter for a sec because we have like a billion jillion flags. But we go here. Well, we probably can't see the flag from here. No, it's not gonna load in real time. That's right. But yeah, the other thing that is a fair warning for these next couple days, possibly weeks, if my voice ever jumps or I seem like I'm flinching, that is because we have a, my god. Oh, welcome back to Twitch. You have to ban random AI bots. Anyway, if I seem like I'm flinching, it is because we have a housefly problem, and I'm very sensitive to sounds, and I don't like things that buzz around, and so I might be like a little flinchy. But I promise I'm not like dying or whatever. I just... sounds, especially sudden buzzing sounds, or like loud sounds, really irritate me. Okay. Many would say that this is autism. Haven't gotten that diagnosis yet, but quite probable. All right, barely where that needs to be, but that is fine. 45 seconds, and that is the starting tech, and it is rated for that much time. I have not played in so long that this menu is entirely new to me. I don't know when they added this. I've never fucking seen this. I loaded into the game, and just suddenly there's this, and there's like fucking heat maps of failure probabilities, I think? This is so crazy and like intricate and whatever. This is gonna take some getting used to. But right here it does say 45 seconds. This is 45.2. I reckon that's close enough. Oh, those are all moving. So yeah, you're not gonna be able to, obviously. Let's not even do this. Let's do the this little guy. Yeah. All right. So current. How many engineers do we have? And is it no one? It is no one because we don't have a launch complex yet. So let's sounding rocket complex 1 SRC-1. I'll just do I'll just name it SRC-1. So maximum tonnage 2 tons seems reasonable. It'll take 29 days to build. Awesome. We're gonna go ahead and hire, I would say, 5 more engineers, and we'll put them on the hangar for right now. They are going to be diverted back to here. You run Legacy RP-1. Interesting. I assume that that's just for compatibility reasons, or do you have like a deeper reason to do that? Okay, let's start running this. The FAK mod pack. I don't know what that is. Oh, for all Kerbal kind. Also, if I seem like I'm kind of flinching, or if my words are coming out weird, it might also be because my wisdom teeth are dropping right now. And while I'm fairly certain, there we go, that there is enough room in my mouth, they're kind of dragging against my gums a little bit, and my mouth feels weird. I also got some teeth that are a little fucked up right now, so. Okay, fairing decoupler off. I also put something on Lin. Well, maybe not on that one. Let's see. Yes. I put these vertical tails on Lin, and I'm gonna do that to Rin as well. Because while I don't necessarily need them, they were helping quite a bit. But yeah, we can go ahead and just before I commit to building this, I just want to kind of see that it can in fact take off well and do all the things that it needs to do. So Automod seems to have flagged you for cursing out the AI, which is quite strange. And it would not even let me send the message through. Alright, let's move that landing gear back a little bit. Let's also put a pilot in it. That would probably help. My ass is starting senior year of high school in August. Ugh. That makes me feel old. I've been out of high school for 6 years now, I think. Okay. I don't know. These really look to be far enough back, but like, looks can be deceiving, I guess. Ooh, sorry if that was loud. I also almost want to move the wings up just to get this thing to be like a little bit more aggressive, might be the right word, in how it flies. So let's try that. But yeah, oh, what is this? Batch reporting tool. Choose reason. Spam. Oh god, let me make sure that I'm not accidentally reporting you. Yes. Report! Alright. That is very loud by the looks of it, so I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. There we go. It still might be too loud. I don't know. Let me know how that sounds. It's fine. Alright, cool, cool, cool. Dragging our balls on the ground a little bit, but that's fine. Is autopilot enabled? Yes, it's just very... It seems to be struggling for some reason. Climb. The fuck is happening? I don't know what that was. The other thing that I will say is that Parallax seems to not be working. It was giving me some kind of error about a missing file, but essentially, unless it's crashing the game for this stream, we're just gonna keep it as is, and then I will make a backup of the save and try to reinstall it and see if that fixes things, but I don't know. Alright. So this is less for pitch. At least it should be. These need steering lock. We're gonna open this. We're gonna turn that on. Moderate angle of attack. Moderate G-forces. And send it, I guess. But yeah, if the terrain seems like it's just a solid color, that's because I think it is. Because Parallax is not working super well. Yeah, for some reason my inputs are not working. I don't know if that's that setting. It certainly seemed to be. Okay. There's also this weird line, but that seems to be fixable when I do this. So I'm not that worried about whatever that is. And the ocean also seems to not be working, so there's definitely some stuff that is not working super well. Wait, what? No, this is Fox's TUFX profile. I think. Yeah, Fox lukewarm. Oh, sorry. So the other change that they seem to have made rather recently is that it goes based off of this Mach number, not a set ground speed. Which is kind of what allows us to do jets in the first place, because it used to be like 340 meters per second, and these jets really struggle to do that. They can, but it is difficult for them. Why is our center of lift all skewed? I don't know that I believe that. Oh, interesting. Then that might be... I mean, the TUFX was directly copied from my previous save, so if you sent me one, there is a very good chance that this is your TUFX profile. Okay, we're gonna climb a little more. We'll try at like 10,000 meters. I will say I was able to hit Mach 1 damn near sea level before, but it was like not a very comfortable Mach 1. It was like Mach 1.0001. You mean the bloom? I'm just gonna do that. That looks way better. Because it was from 5 to 2. Like, it was at 2 already, but... Okay. Let's try going a little higher. Drag might not be working in our favor. I also have not tested it with these rear fairings, but I really doubt that's causing that much of an issue. Alright. We also can do Mach 1 in the dive. The contract is not specifying that, but that feels like cheating. Hmm. I mean, like, we're accelerating. We're just not accelerating fast enough. But we only need to hit about 310 at altitude. Like, in terms of meters per second, to technically be supersonic. Where are we? Oh, we are actually leaving Florida. This is not just like a terrain glitch thing. So, this is probably not the flight path we'd follow. That's alright. I also haven't tried it with the paint, but again, I would not reckon that would do anything. Yeah, I don't know. Let me try descending to sea level and seeing if I can hold it lower down but not higher up. Certainly does not seem like it. Yeah, now we're out of fuel. Also, adding the tail fins might have broken things, so that's quite possible too. I'm gonna try and revert the spacecraft or the spacecraft. Bloody hell, the aircraft back to where it was. Um, let's see what that does. Can also maybe do that. Okay. I'm also gonna try and, I don't know, minimize weight. Okay. Alright, where's the rest of this fuel being stored? Oh, in the wings. Duh. Let's try that and see. Okay. Ah, I forgot to override the steering again. Oh well. That'll probably be alright. Okay. If I do that, move forward, and then put the brakes. That should flip us forward ever so gracefully. Steering lock, steering lock. And send it. We have a takeoff speed around 90 to 100 meters per second. The problem is that that is also just about where our wheel failure time is. Uh-oh. Nose down, please. Not that much. We might need that horizontal stabilizer. Hmm. Let's try adding the stab again real quick. So first of all, I don't know. I was not expecting this stream to be as development heavy as it has been, but that is a-okay. The Kerbal is now one with the runway. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe a little bit. Okay. So if we do this, and then we really, like, swing these wings back a bit and move them in. We're gonna have to redo these decals a little bit, but that's alright. I don't know, if I put it here. Okay. Oh, interesting. It auto does it. That looks about right. Okay. Ooh, don't do that. Just trying to adjust these. Okay. Don't save just yet. So here's what I want to do. Raise gear. Why can I not grab this? Is it because this Farum window's open? Nope. There we go. Alright. Farum. Transonic design, showed cross-sectional area. That... I don't know. I've seen better, I've seen worse. Let's remove that. Let's okay. Open that. Fill that with jet fuel. We now have an hour and a half of fuel, which is probably more than we need, but that's fine. Here in spirit, just lurking while I do some housework. Understood. Welcome in. Alright, cross-sectional area. That is about a dome. We want this to be as sort of insignificant as we can get it without it being pointless. So we're going to set these to do about, I don't know, 15% on pitch. We're going to set this to do 100% on pitch and nothing else. Beautiful. We're going to look at this. All right, so stability all the way down to, I would say, probably Mach 0.3 is important. Any less than that, we're going to be in the air. At 10 kilometers at Mach 1, we're looking good. At Mach 2, we're still looking good. Mach 3, we're still looking good. 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, yeah. Okay. I mean, that is a reasonably stable configuration. Let's see if we do that. Well, we can't really without fucking up the curvature of the plane. Let's see here. Are you not updating? Okay, so that goes up to 5.3. That's 4.9 though. Mach 1 wave drag. Okay. I'd say that's about where it needs to be then. Really, we just kind of want that center of mass to not move much, which right about there looks like it would be stable. That landing gear should for sure be far enough back. I'm gonna make one more change, which is painting this little tip of the tail. But yeah, that should just pretty much work. 5.8 tons, maximum thrust to weight ratio of 0.8. Certainly not great. We could enjoy a better thrust to weight ratio if we had the ability to. But I mean, I certainly don't see any reason why that would prevent us from breaking the sound barrier. Now, we can always do a hybrid design where we have a rocket engine or something. But I don't think that'll be necessary. Like I said, I've gotten this thing supersonic in testing. But yeah. Alright. It is not the best area curve. Oh, well, that's with the gear down. That's a lot better. Let's see if changing that. .48 versus like, well, that's 489. 498, and then if we just do a like straight tail, 490. 494. 489. Okay. So there is like an in-between kind of sweet spot there. And just for anybody who's watching the VOD or watching right now that doesn't know what I'm doing, I am looking at this Mach 1 wave drag area, trying to get that as low as possible, as minimum wave drag is achieved by maintaining whatever. That's going to make it the easiest possible to go through the sound barrier. Notably, this really should be able to go through the sound barrier, and the issue might be that these engines are just underperforming for what we need. But 0.6 is the area per engine that we have. 0.13 is what we need. Admittedly, there is a little bit of this that is shrouded, but that's like less than a quarter. And a quarter of 0.15 is like... Well, a quarter of 12 is 3. So... we might not have enough intake area, but I kind of doubt it. We're using the J35s. Specifically the J35-A11. Basically the first supersonic capable jet engines that we have. And they're fucking barely sufficient. Though they are Mach rated up to like Mach 1.5, which I don't know about that, but in theory they can do about Mach 1.5. In practice they can barely hit 1.1. But in the testing that I've done, they haven't melted or anything. Mach 1.77 in my install. Well, that might be what they're rated for. I don't know, honestly. All I know is that they have gone supersonic in the testing that I've done. But we've made a couple changes, and of course that might be part of the problem. But looking at my ground speed, that should be about takeoff. Alright, we're not moving an inch. If I'm looking directly down, for some reason the controls don't work as well. We did break the gear, but I'm willing to say that that was probably just down to these wings not being controlling enough for pitch. So we're gonna do some different stuff in the future, but you know, we can always sort of set these high and then lower them down for the actual supersonic attempt. But yeah. We're gonna climb this thing at about 15 degrees or so. Okay, center of lift is centered. So I don't know what that previous run was going on about. We're also accelerating a lot better, but it might just, again, be because of that tail. Less drag on the wings typically just means less drag, period. And it might have also been because we were at low speed. So I'm not 100% sure. Oh, I need to, let's see. So I don't see add control here. I don't know how to run ads or not run ads. I guess they're just gonna run whenever. And, yeah. Let's see. The mod icons. No. Oh, my blocks turns. Okay, I can't see them. Might have added like the T slur or something as like a blocked word. I wouldn't think that I would have to do that though, but let's see. I will say we can totally shift fuel back, primarily into the tail, because, yeah, we really don't need, nearly as much fuel as we have up in the front. Our center of mass is too far forward, essentially. We're gonna nose down. We're certainly hitting higher speeds than we previously were. I'm just gonna try and make sure that this thing does not climb below about 8,500 meters per, or 8,500 meters altitude. Because any lower than that, we're probably gonna start running into increased drag to the point where going Mach 1 is going to be quite a challenge. But, I mean, we're at 971. Like, we're getting up there. It's kind of crawling, which is about what it did last time. So, I'm fine with it crawling. Oh, we have descended past that altitude. That's fine, though. We are leveling off, and we're going to begin climbing probably before we hit 8 kilometers altitude. And I would say that's the harder limit. If that vertical speed starts dropping again, though, that's where we're in trouble. But, now we're descending at less than a meter per second. I reckon we're fine. Any minute now, we should be ascending again. But notably, our speed is not going up very quickly. But we're at Mach 0.98, which is like very near to Mach 1. I'm just gonna continue shifting fuel back. So we don't have any in this front tank. Alright, we're climbing at about 4 meters per second. We are losing speed though. We might just really have to coax this thing. That's alright. Okay. 0.992. Like I said, I mean, we're getting there. 311.7 meters per second. 0.8. Mach 0.993. Mach 0.994. Once we hit 8,500 meters altitude, I will nose down again. Because we want to basically maintain between 8,500 and 8,000. So we're going to shift all fuel back into this rear tank. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. 8,500 meters altitude. Nose down just a little bit. A little bit more. $995, $996. Oh, come on, baby. $997. 8. 9. Mach 0.999. Mach 1. Alright. So we just have to hold this for 30 seconds and then presumably fly back. Now, we are flying horribly, but in the real flight, we would basically pitch this thing around and head north up the coast. But yeah, it can hit Mach 1. It's fucking barely doing it, but it can. Now, next thing that we're going to do, we're going to cut engines entirely. We are going to turn on spoilers with about, I don't know, 25 degrees. Well, I can't get 25, so that'll do. And we're going to air brake, and we're going to see how this thing performs on a landing. I think I'm going to eventually configure it to have a toggleable spoiler, so that we can turn that on and off, and then also, we'll probably take off with better control on the wings, but I might also go into the autopilot settings and moderate how fast it can pitch up. Now, we don't have an ocean surface, so I'm gonna have to just kind of go based on this. I can't do a visual landing, essentially, but that is a-okay. Now, if I cut the spoiler, we should have a easier time bringing this thing in. We're gonna drop the landing gear. as this is a simulation of a real landing. All right, we still have plenty of control. And as we get to about 200, maybe, or start pitching up quite a bit to, well, we stalled it, but that's okay. All right. I'm comfortable enough to send that. It stalled at about 80 meters per second, which is not amazing, I will say, but that is sufficient. That is definitely sufficient. So, yeah. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. I'm going to try and figure out, let's see, how to run ads Twitch. What the fuck do I do? How do I add shit to this panel? How do I use Twitch? Add remove widgets. Good. See 9 more. It's not even listing it. What the fuck? Girl. I don't know how to do this shit, dude. I really don't. Alright. Cause yeah, I don't know when ads are gonna run, when they're not gonna run. I'm gonna have to talk to Bishimoto about that. But here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna hop over to here. And yeah, I'm gonna go run to the restroom and top off my water, and I will be right back, and we can go start working on sounding rockets. So I will see y'all shortly. Hello, gamers. I'm back. All right. There we go. I don't know if y'all can hear me right now. But yeah, I have returned with a significantly less full bladder, significantly more full glass of water, and a bottle of ginger kombucha. Fuck, that is good. Hair over now. Nice. Yeah, I got onto this kombucha thing. I'm drinking kombucha, by the way. I got onto kombucha because I was, to get y'all caught up, I damn near broke my toe last week. Dropped a big ass like pot on my foot, shattered the nail bed. And so they had me on like all sorts of antibiotics just to make sure it didn't get infected. And so I was like, I need to get on probiotics. I really don't like yogurt. But I need to get on something that will get the bacteria back in my gut, because, you know, antibiotics are killing all that, and it's gonna like make all my digestive problems worse and whatever. So I'm having to adjust my headphones because they're covering, or they're kind of forcing my hair to the front of my face. So I started drinking kombucha, and my friend recommended the Gingerade Synergy kombucha because it is like actual kombucha instead of sparkling water, and it's ginger flavored, and I like ginger. And you know what? They were cooking. This shit's good. Highly recommend. Obviously not a sponsor. I ain't that well off, but yeah. Also, see you in a sec, Kerbal. Kerbal boy. Alright. So, goal is to break the Carmen line. I think we can do that. Let's see. If I unplug that, we have 4 hours of electric charge. $23 minutes. I might need to make a new avionics package. Because this is not the proper size. But that's fine. So this is 1.35. Let's try 1.34. Actually, let's try 1.3. Fuck it. This is 6.25 meter diameter. I don't know why I picked that, but I did, so it's fine. And we need 1.6 tons, 1.7 tons of control. Let's try 1.29 in there. 0.68 tons. Oh man, that is just under what we need. Oh, if I do 25%, it gives us an hour of battery and the correct everything else. That'll do. Okay. Gonna move these down. Oop. What if we did 4 of them? That's sufficient. All right. Welcome back. I think that's about the bare minimum. We're gonna go for 1.67 and I don't know, 5% battery. That's 25 minutes. That'll give us enough flight time. The real question is 1900 meters per second enough to get to space? And we're about to fucking find that out. So, do that. Cancel that for a second. Save, simulate, send it. But, you know, I've gotten onto this Gingerade kombucha, and dude, this shit's so good. And I'm excited because there's another ginger flavored beverage that I drink, which is a obligatory don't do drugs. But it is a ginger lemon THC seltzer. It's like a Delta 9 whatever THC seltzer. And that's good as hell. But they're banning those. And so I was like, I'm never going to have ginger, yummy ginger beverage again. Because when I get my medical card or whatever, I'm not going to be able to drink those because those aren't like medical grade. They're recreational, whatever. But then I found this ginger drink, and it's good for me, and it's yummy, and I'm a very happy camper because of it. That was a really long rant about ginger-flavored beverages, but thank y'all for taking a walk with me. Yeah, that shit's not getting anywhere near. Ginger, huh? Yeah. I don't know. Like, if you ever get a chance to have ginger lemonade, do it, dude. It's gonna change your life. And from what I can tell, ginger's, like, pretty fucking healthy for you, because it's a root vegetable. So, like, it's gonna be good for you. But, yeah. Alright, why are we using a baseline of 12 kilometers for our delta V calculations? Let's see here, because I don't know, we take this off, we do like this, and we put I don't know, tiny little fins. on here. Well, actually, hold on. Because we could just do this, and then we could just put bigger fins on the previous one. Hollow interstage. This is a... Oh, that is not the diameter. 0.625? Is that the... Yeah, that's the diameter. I don't know why I picked that, but I assume there's some kind of reason in mind, so I'm just gonna leave it. Yeah, we do that. We make it a little longer. We will make that our core. Do like a little dome. Sitch. And then that. What if we tandem burn them? Right? What if we do that? That is a lot more. It's certainly a lot more Delta V. It's also a lot heavier. Okay. 1.5. Let's see, 1.525. Or we'll say a 325. Excuse me. Meter. Or a ton rocket. An hour and a half of electricity. That will maybe just about do. We'll do like that. Does mean that we're gonna have to hot stage, which is of my least favorite things to do. But we will try that and see how that works. But yeah, I don't know. I have opinions about the whole Delta 9 and just weed in general. But I shan't get into that right now. But I will state cleanly and clearly, without getting into my reasoning, that I think it should be legal. I'm a raging fucking liberal when it comes to substance legalization policies. I think that the Norwegian countries, maybe I will get into it, Jesus. I think the Norwegian countries that are like, we're just gonna legalize everything and give people treatment if they get addicted, are like properly onto something. So, damn, dude, this shit does not even get us to Mach 1. That was a very violent staging, but it did work. So let's see how well that holds. Oh, we are wobbling. This is not like time warp, but that's okay. Oh, man. Carmen line or bust. But... like, we are just barely getting into, you're a raging liberal in general. I'm a raging leftist. I will reject liberal as a term, because I think that people get the wrong idea. But yes, I'm very left leaning in my views and my worldview and my politics and all that. But it's like, I don't know. You're watching a tranny who's using Dyke in her logo for her space agency. What the fuck did you expect? Like, Be so for real. What did you expect here? Because yeah, I am left leaning because as a trans person, what is my other option? Um, so many people on so many different political views want me dead that it's just like, what the fuck? What is my other option? Right? What is the alternative? Woke Marxist neoliberal sheep. Basically, that I don't know. I think that like neolibs are just, I don't know, they're politically neutral, and the evil fucked up thing, the evil secret that nobody wants to admit is that political neutrality is not possible in a world where there are people who want political silence. Which is to say that essentially in a world where there are people that are like, this political ideology should not exist and we need to be a one-party state and whatever, you can't be neutral, because then you're just laying down arms. Which is the whole like argument against people that are like, I am anti-fascist, because there are just certain political ideologies that you have to resist or they will rise up and rear their ugly head. So generally I am against political violence, though. Like, I think that it has to be a very cold day in hell to do it, but it wasn't going to, but I will allow you to. Yeah, basically that is my stance, right? The whole both sides are bad. Politics doesn't matter. Like the arguments that people use to rationalize just not being political are not sound, because yeah, there are fascists on one side. And one could make the argument that there's plenty of dictatorship, very violent politics on the other side. Like, Sovietism is not clean and forgivable and whatever. They did some fucked up shit. But I will say that a lot of the violence on the political left is class motivated, and you can at least do something about your socioeconomic class. If it's just like, I hate you because your ancestors are from this area, there's dick all that you can do about that. And I don't think that's fair. Cause what the fuck? I don't know. That's my take. Anyway, speaking of Nazis, we're gonna see what it takes to build just a V2, and if that's cheaper. No. Okay, pretty much the expected outcome, but that's AR, right? That's A-okay. The other thing that I want to see is basically, if we only need 800 meters per second, we only need to get up to whatever altitude, is it better to just use like solid rocket motors or what have you to do that? Probably not. Almost certainly not. But I'd be an idiot if I didn't check. Let's sort that by lowest mass. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I think that in a world with so much hate, I think that's perhaps the most neutral way that I can say that. There is no room for neutrality. There is no room for blissful ignorance. You have to pick a side. And it sucks. And I don't think that it should be the case. But you have to pick a side. And if you don't, either you're gonna die eventually, or, because, I mean, they will come for you, right? They're gonna run out of currently marginalized communities to go after, and they will pick you as the next marginalized community. Like, no one is safe. So you can either lay down and die, or you can stand against. And it is way easier, way more comfortable, way more, you know, they'll never come for us, they're just going for the gays. They'll never come for us, they're just going for brown people. Like, it is way easier to live life being like, they're never going to come for me, so it doesn't matter. I can just ignore it, and it's not a real problem, and whatever. ICE is only going after illegal people, only going after immigrants. It's way easier to live your life like that. It's way more comfortable to live your life like that. But comfort and ease and whatever does not mean that it's right. You know, I can empathize with people that have that worldview, because trust me, I fucking get it. As somebody who is white and can boy mode and pass as a cisgender person, whatever, like, it's fucking easier to just close your eyes. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in. And if you look away for a second, things are going to get worse. And eventually, things getting worse means that you are directly involved. And that's kind of an inevitable bad outcome, and so why would you? Is essentially my viewpoint. All right, that worked pretty clean. It's just a matter of, will this be able to actually get to 100 kilometers? I don't think it will, but we'll see. We will certainly see. Because essentially the problem here is that we're, yes, accelerating, but we're doing so at such a low altitude that we're still exposed to extreme drag. Yeah, that's not going to work. All right. I like the previous design. I think that that'll work. I am going to stretch it a bit just so that it has the full burn time. But the beautiful thing about that one is that it is mostly getting us up to altitude, not up to speed, which means that the whole dynamic pressure effects of this will be minimized to a good extent. So, yeah. Yeah. No, it's same. And like, I hate that you can make similar arguments to the one that I'm about to word, and this maybe not the most eloquent way of wording it. I am a white person. But like, I hate that because I'm white, my queerness will always be easier for people to accept. Because it's just, it shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't have to be the case. But it is. And it sucks. Like, we live in a world where if you do anything and you are white, you're way more likely to be fine and safe and whatever doing it. Because you, like, stand out less, I guess. Sorry, I just heard the fly buzzing around. Anyway, you know, it's fucked up. But because it's fucked up, it's something we should talk about. Alright, tooling. 83 days! Holy shit. 7,000 to tool. That's a lot. That's a lot, but it is, I would say, worth it. Oh, yeah. No, there is so much racism in the queer community. And it's like, I forget what the word is. My brain wants to say micro-racism, which is not... Microaggression. That's the word. It's not like, you know... I mean, it is some, because that's the nature of the world, but it's not like queer people calling people of color slurs. But it's a lot of just like, you don't meet our definition of queer, therefore you're not actually gay. You're doing it for attention or whatever, which is so fucking crazy, because that's the exact type of shit that straight people do to gay people, historically. So it's like, what the fuck? Can we all just be civilized? Ugh. God. I'm on my bullshit. I'm on my fucking bullshit. Alright. So we have a sounding rocket. We should paint this thing so that it is not ugly and silver. Question is, what colors do we want to paint it? The other question that I have is, do we want to be... Get up on your soapbox. I've missed being live. The other question that I have, which is probably just for you, because I think you're the only person in chat that's chatting. Should we launch from Florida? Or should we do, like, Guyana or... New Zealand is a pretty fun launch site. I don't know. What do you think? Like, Florida's convenient because Florida's the default, essentially. But do we want the default? Or do we want something else? I guess we've already started building launch complexes here, so we should probably just stick with Florida. But it's been like, I don't know, 20 minutes in-game time? I don't think we're slowing down much. Oh, but the staff might also... Yeah, I think we might just be locked here. Yeah, fuck it. We're doing Florida. Sorry to ask you and then say that you don't get to choose. But yeah, what color do we want this? Do we want to do like a conventional rocket with like a racing stripe and all that? Or do we want to do like pride flag colors? Or just pink? I'd be fine with just like a nice pink. Let's see. I'm gonna be honest, I'm too fucking boomer to know how to do that. And I'll own that. Yeah, and I don't know how that would work for the launch sites. Or the pads and launch complexes, is that what PLC stands for? Let's see. want like, yeah, like almost a gray kind of blahage blue. As the secondary, I think. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Very colorful rocket. Programs and launch complexes. That's what it is. Oh god, it does not like that. Default empty. Oh, the game is lagging. Let's back out. God, I've also gotten off of... Because I had to because of one of the antibiotics that I'm on. Or that I was on. I had to get off my spiralactinin, which is the testosterone blocker. And I'm so fucking hungry. All the time. Hmm. Okay. So I guess just warp until this is done. And let's start building. Also, sorry if y'all can hear me eating pistachios. Alright. Tooling. Show hide management. Staff. Engineers. Take everybody off the hangar. Put everyone here. Oh, fuck. We have too many. That's fun. Ah, fuck. Hold on. Let me go back. Because I can fix this. That way we're not wasting our first month on nothing. All right. There we are. Okay. But yeah, Kerbal Boy, how have you been? Because it has been a while, and I feel like I've shared how I'm doing. And Bishimoto, if you are here and able to chat. I don't know. How y'all been? Okay. 48 days. Awesome. Boom. Living life. It'd be like that. Also, does the bitrate seem stable? It keeps telling me that it's unstable and that I'm using like too high of a bitrate, which I didn't think was a thing, but it might be. All right, how many engineers can we fit, or how many more can we fit? 29. All right. Can we afford that salary? Yes. I don't know what unlock credit means. I think I might be too old for that. But we're gonna do that as well. Awesome. So I will... Let's see. We are building one of these, correct? No, I have not even set it to build yet. Unlock. 0.3 or higher. Ugh. How much does that affect our delta V? We're at 2701 now. Ha. Basically none at all, because these things are so light. I don't think it even makes a difference. Oh, let me... Really quickly. Let me put some science instruments on there. Come on. Barometer. Oop. Thermometer. Urmometer. Mimometer. Cool. Those are all running. And we have the exact same amount of delta V. That is a-okay. We're gonna build 3 of these. Odds of all of them failing pretty fucking low. So, we push forward. Ooh, big stretch. Alright. That is warping 111 days. That is a big warp, so I'm gonna save the game in case we need to go back. Roll out. Alright. $13. Alright. We're gonna save the game. I would like to launch in sunshine. That would be ideal. So let's rock and roll. Also, I've been live for 2 hours, damn near, and I'm feeling great. And I'm really happy to be back. I'm glad that this feels as good as I was really, really hoping it would. Thank y'all for sticking around and still being interested after all this time. Sorry to get all sappy on you, but all right. Oh, let me turn on surface up. Ignition. Lift off. Oop, I did not mean to take a screenshot. Meant to turn back on the UI. Alright, so at about 1 second, I will ignite this. It takes a fraction of a second to light. That should be good. Oh, my screen just went black. There it goes. This monitor loves to just do that for some reason. Alright. Apoap's rising. 60 kilometers. 70. 80. 90. Carbon line. We're going to space. And we are hypersonic. No, we're not. Nowhere near. But we are going to space. And I would say that we are damn near the point where we can actually cross into, like, space, like RO space. Um, we really just need a little bit more oomph. We can probably modify the vehicle to get that. I'm going to turn off any sort of control. This thing will naturally point itself where it needs to be. I'm going to try and pull it out just to get as much research data as we can. Obviously, we're not going to be able to ditch this thing in the water, but who knows? Maybe we can. No. An incredibly successful first flight. Back to the Space Center. God, that was beautiful. Let's see how much science we got. I'm hoping for at least 2. Oh, more than 2, baby. An SR-1 rocket has shot out of the atmosphere and into space on a mission of scientific discovery. For the first time, rocketry is not a weapon of hostile destruction, but an instrument to further our understanding of the universe. We are all hoping that as an age of world wars ends, an age of cosmic discovery will begin, and this flight marks the beginning of an era where the stars will no longer seem, or will start to seem closer and closer. Beautiful. All right. And we got 10 applicants. So we are going to put all of those into researching. And in 51 days, we will have planes. So, both of those require, experiments that we do not have. But that is okay, because we can spend 2 points and get biology, and film return is here? No. The fuck is film return? Or do we already have film return? We might already have film return. Let's see. Film. I can't look at starting parts, but I think we already have film. Which is beautiful if so. Let's see about this altitude. 75 units to an altitude of 80 kilometers. I think we can probably do that. So let's take a look. Because I reckon that that would be as simple as... Oh, this is a new user interface too. Good lord. Alright. Sounding payload. 55 units. Yep. For like 100 less meters per second. I should probably test it just to make sure that it's over 80 kilometers, but like, come on, be so for real. That's gonna be over 80 kilometers. But just for the sake of sanity, we will check it. I don't want to launch a mission that we can't actually do. But yeah, we are going to do more and more difficult sounding rockets until we need to develop a new rocket, which will probably be pretty soon, because I think anything more than like the first biological science payload is probably going to be too big of a diameter to fit on this thing, which is not to necessarily say that we can't do it, but just that this rocket will have to be modified. Okay, cool. We are just pointing up. That is great. It is noticeably a little slower to crawl off the pad. I don't know what that is. I think that's the, like, starting podium that's like a tribute to the developers or whatever. I don't know why that's here. Alright, 10 seconds to staging. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. God, and it is beautiful because staging occurs at subsonic speeds, so we don't have to worry about dynamic pressure at all. This thing just works. All right, goal is to get over 80. We are well over 80 in terms of our apoaps. We're probably going to be over the Kármán line. Oh, easily. Okay, awesome. So we will I'm gonna revert to VAB because I don't know when. I think that save point's probably right before this flight, but not gonna trust it. Yeah, we can probably just modify the existing rocket for that very mission. Though we might have to modify the launch complex. I don't know whether sounding payloads are counted in the like fuel resources that a launch complex can provide, or if that's not integrated, or if that is just like kind of implied that they can do that. So yeah, we will see. All right. But either way, we're gonna take that. Oh, it was 75 units. Ooh, I'm still gonna take that. I think I can do that. We certainly can't do that. Alright, and we are getting... Let me just make sure. This. Yes, we need to start researching that. It would probably be wise for us to start researching this as well. 103 seconds. XLR-10 might be our next rocket engine. And then we'll do mat science next. I think those are all good things to start. we're gonna go ahead and edit this to put 75 units of sounding rocket payload on this. Which does mean that we're gonna have to change the shape of the nose a little bit. But that should be a-okay. Why are you... Is it angled? No, I'm just crazy. Remove... Sounding payload. How much you got? 67. That's 75. Does that fuck with the tooling? Yes, but... I don't know, it adds a day. Who gives a shit? Um... 2565. Let's see if we can do this real quick. Okay, 3.12 is the most we can stretch this. Hello, Comrade Cassie! Me when the first stage pulls 10 Gs because I'm launching a 5-ton payload on a rocket that can do 25 tons to Leo. Yeah! Yeah? Alright, so... I'd say that'll work. The only problem that I have is that this is 3.225, but we can just do that. And by just sliding the numbers a little bit, we can totally make this work. Integrate anyway, that is fine. And we will be able to rock and roll and do that first intermediate difficulty sounding rocket contract. How you been, Cassie? Long time no see, as with all of y'all. I have not streamed in like 6 months. I don't know. My goal to anybody who is watching then... Well, I will say this to you because evidently you can probably hear me. But even if nobody can hear me, I'll say it just to myself. My sort of personal goal is to get back to streaming once a week. But I'm not committing to that yet. I'm probably never going to commit to that. I'm probably never going to commit to anything ever again. Because something that I've learned through the past couple years of dealing with my ADHD is that if I commit to anything, it just doesn't get done. Unfortunately. But yeah. This is... I'm gonna scrap that, and then we will make sure that this is the one that we actually need. And then if it is, we'll duplicate it. But yeah, basically, I have learned a lot about my own... The inner workings of my brain were an enigma to me for a long time. They are not as much of an enigma anymore. Ah, fuck. This is the wrong... This is the wrong one! God damn it. That's alright. So we need to stretch this by... about that much to avoid tooling, and then same thing with this. $3.12. All right. And I am even going to trim this down so that we don't have to do much in the way of all of that. But yes. SR1A. 75 units of SR payload to 80,000 meters or more. Save, overwrite, save edits. Integrate it anyway. Are the ads done? I wanna get on my soapbox about my own personal life again. Assuming the ads are done. I have learned a lot about the inner workings of my own brain. Mainly that if I commit to anything, it doesn't get done. And if I just kind of am like, this is a thing that I want to do, but I don't owe it to anyone, it is way more likely to get done. So a thing that I would like to do, but I do not owe any of y'all. Which, I mean, obviously I don't owe any of y'all anything. None of y'all are paying to be here. Even if you were, that's like a donation, right? But for a long time I have felt like I owe people things, and I'm trying to get over that. A thing that I would like to do, but I do not owe anyone, and I am not committing to or promising, is that I would like to be streaming once a week. And who knows, if I get a job that I'm off more, if I get back into college and I just feel like I can do it, maybe twice a week. The one thing that I am going to commit to is that, assuming I am up to it, assuming my mental health stays at where it's at, I'm doing Extra Life this year. I'm looking at winter because I think that that's just going to be where it's best. But yeah. Anyway, changing gears a little. Let's see if we can do a biological satellite, or a biological payload, not satellite, Jesus Christ, and a film payload. But yeah, the other thing, I guess this is none of anyone's business, but I was talking about my meds earlier. I'm thinking about getting off my Spyro permanently and switching to estrogen patches. I can totally do that. Yeah, remove that. I can get that up to 100 kilometers or so. Probably not into space. But I mean, maybe. 3.328. We'll do 3.33. Okay. We'll have to do a little payload fairing or something. But let's see if we do 7, we'll say, for this. Does anyone here know if we have to recover this biological sample capsule? Because if not, that is going to make things a little easier. If so, it's going to make things a little harder. But I have a couple ideas. I think you do. God damn it. All right, that's fine. Okay, 49 meters per second. And that's with this. If we remove that, it's like 60 meters per second. Nice. So we're gonna see how this works. I guess I'll do an interstage adapter. I know it's a little heavier, but this is a what, 625 meter tank. 0.625. 0.625. None height left beef. Please tell me somebody in here is aware of that meme and that I'm not a fucking boomer. I might indeed just be a boomer. Let's see. I can do that. And I can do that. And I can do that. I don't think it has a... Yeah, no, it does not have a smaller size than that. So that is fine. Just fine. Yeah, tell me somebody knows about, I think it's none sauce left beef or none cheese left beef or something. I don't even know what it is. But if you know what it is, you'll know what I'm talking about. That is a very old, I want to say, Tumblr post. Okay. That kind of like that. All right, and then enable cross feed. Don't decouple those. Fill Veronique and correct all the staging. $26.71. Damn. Here's an idea I have. $27.12. It's certainly closer. I mean, if we decouple, is that improving delta V? Yes, by 7 meters per second, and it costs us $1,000. We're not doing that. Like, we could do an Aerobee. Maybe. I don't want to fucking do that. What is your reliability like? Bad. Real fucking bad. Holy shit. Okay, we're not doing you. Alright, this is SR1B for biological. Awesome. I need to look at the contracts on here real quick. And by on here, I mean in my game data folder. Contracts. sounding rockets? Sounding rocket biological. Alright. Launching small animals. Put a biological experiment and recover the experiment and payload safely. Okay. Data. Payload. Oh. Gross. Okay, we have to go above the Kármán line, but we also have to do it with sounding rocket payload, which is yucky. How much sounding rocket payload? 35. Okay. So we do that, we do that. That is the old nose, and that should be able to hold enough sounding rocket payload. Oh yeah, easily. So, I mean, it is a Delta V penalty, but I would say that that's probably low enough of a penalty for it to not be a super big deal. We'll have to see, but I think we'll be okay. We're gonna try it though. Staging's fucked up though. Okay. Simulate. The other thing is that we are going to get a better version of the Veronique engine. We just don't have that yet. The other thing is that I would like to design a new sounding rocket after this for the film satellite, or for the film return. And if we can't put the biological satellite on, or biological payload, I keep saying fucking satellite, on this rocket, then we can probably do it on the other one. There's 2 designs for that one that I have in mind. Really just depends on what all we need. So, surface, up, go. Okay, we need more control than that. That is okay. Yeah, the 2 designs that I have are, first of all, we can do that cluster of 4 design that I had on the original sounding rocket that I showed earlier in stream. The second is that we could use a, I think it's the AJ, or the A10, XLR10, that's what it is. Okay, 3.39. .4. Beautiful. We can also probably just completely not utilize that and be okay. And then that gives us 10 minutes. We probably do need more than that. Does that do 20? Roughly. That'll do. If we can't get to space and back in 20 minutes, we've got a couple big problems. Okay, just to make sure. Awesome, that is where it needs to be. Honestly, I would say, hold on, because we can probably trim some weight by doing this. Yeah. Yeah. Little bit. And we'll do 0.6 on those. 0.5, I think, is the subsonic default. Or no, these are subsonic. Okay. We'll probably be okay then. Let me save. Simulate. Go. But yeah, if we can't do it on this, then we can do it on whatever the next sounding rocket's gonna be. Presumably the SR2. Because my fun naming scheme is not going to kick into effect until we have at least orbital rockets. The three that I am planning is the Akari class, the Langley or Langley Soryu class, and the Katsuragi class, which are all named after Evangelion characters, namely Shinji Akari, Asuka Langley Soryu, and Misato Katsuragi. Oh, but it does not have enough control authority to point up. Fascinating. Okay. We might have to revert to the old fins then. But I am eager to see how well this performs. Despite that little shuffle off the pad. I can already tell that it's underperforming considerably. Shinji, crank that soldier boy. Indeed. I might have to put that picture on the rocket somewhere. I mean, shit, dude, it underperformed, but it did so by enough of a, like, little enough margin to get this thing into space. Again, technically space, not like what RO would consider space. But we're well above the Kármán line. And it did... Or, well, no, this is sounding rocket payload up here. This isn't fuel. Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure that the parachute can, in fact, deploy. And that we are getting where we need to be. Which, this is above the Kármán line. So that will fulfill that. God, I really need to reinstall Scatterer. What the fuck is happening? Or not Scatterer. Parallax. I don't know. Episode 1, gonna be some fuck-ass shit. That's the other thing that I would love to do, but I am by no means gonna commit to, is editing these into, like, an episodic format. That's a lot of work. I will say, though, my least favorite part about editing, historically, has been hearing my own voice. And I've gotten a good bit better about that, because I have to hear it, the West Coast has been destroyed. Me when Cascadia goes off. No, I have gotten better at hearing my own voice because, I work a drive-thru, and I have to hear my own voice on the headsets. And so, yeah. And it's also not even, like, my real voice, which would bother me more, I would think, because it's like, I don't sound like that. So, I don't know. I think I'm probably over that, uncomfort, but, or discomfort, but, I'm not positive. Okay. So here's the other thing. We could do that. We can set this. 35. Check. And the rest is Veronique. I've not seen the surface of Phobos, but I will take your word on it. If you want to send me a picture on Discord, I guess, by all means, but okay. So let's put these old fins on. .423. We'll do that. We'll save it. We'll send it. Oh, yes. We can't do that until we have that researched. That is a-okay. Alright, so the second rocket. Of course. There is a couple of things that we can do here. But we'll actually do that. And then early film camera. So essentially, this is the idea. If we do this, we have enough delta V to get to space, and the world is good. In practice, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But I do have a pre-made thing here. Ignore anything with the uwu pretext or the prefix in that one, because you're not supposed to see that yet. Don't worry about that. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna do this sort of thing. I just need like the smallest little Italy, what the fuck am I saying? Itty bitty strut here. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do this. And what we want to test is that one engine is burning through the center of mass. Now, it's going to be a little bit more complicated than that, but it's just because of how Mars looks. Ah, yeah, points. All right, so I need to finish designing the rest of the rocket first, and then we can worry about that. I'm not gonna worry about that. This is 2.3 tons of avionics. This is way more than that in rockets. So we're gonna go with a, I don't know, 1.3 ton or 1.3 meter avionics unit. We will put it there. We're gonna save this real quick as the SR2. I do want to see though if we can't do this. Because essentially we gotta figure out what this diameter is What is the minimum diameter that we can have that can safely encompass this monstrosity? I'm thinking that's 1.5. So then, if we get a 1.5 meter rocket, probably bigger than that, but we'll see. And we put the XLR-10 on it, because as I remember, this has a pretty good reliability. 80%. This early? That's pretty fucking decent. Oh my god, and it's not pressure fed. Oh, that's fucking beautiful. It does need ground supports, though. I was wondering why I could not, for the life of me, see the burn duration of that. But it's because it needs ground clamps. It is rated for... how long? How long are you rated for? That's your spool up time. Rated burn time, 1 minute and 43 seconds. So, about like that. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's starting to get to dinner time, so I'm gonna hop off. All right. Sounds good. I might still be going when you're done, but we will see. All right. 3.12, I want to say. Don't save. So this is the SR3. At this point. And this is more of a downrange vehicle. So this final stage for this is how much? Well, check your staging. That is 1.6 tons, which means that we only need 1.6 tons of avionics. Realistically, I'll do 1.7. All right. And that gives us 5 kilometers of Delta V. That is not amazing, but it's fine. It could work, at least. So let me see some things. Other 2 rockets that we're getting, RD-100 and this guy. Now, the XLR-41, it ain't got no fucking upgrade, so I'm not that interested in it, if I'm being honest. Now, your rated burn time is 123. Your rated burn time is 210. We're gonna use you. Jesus Christ. Unless you're significantly less reliable. 85, 70. No, you're better. Why would anyone ever use the other one? Probably costs less and is, and/or is lighter. But we're gonna, that's too big. We're gonna do that. 35 seconds. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. This thing is gonna be big. I don't know. We're gonna probably want this to just be bigger. 2 minutes, 54 seconds is the rated. And that right there is the SR3. Probably going to be more elegant than this, but oh, and if we have post-war rocketry testing, we can switch over to this. What are you rated for? And are you more or less reliable? More. Because some of these upgrades are less reliable, and it's like, why the fuck would I ever... Why would I want to do that? Aw, thank God. Twitch just sent me a notification that Bernie Sanders is live. Thank God. That was urgent information that I needed. Alright, 3.4. Yes, he is still alive. And he's streaming on Twitch. Please nobody click off, but he is streaming on Twitch. Alright. So yeah, we have almost 7 kilometers per second at delta V here. Which, I mean, it ain't orbital, but it ain't a far cry away from it either. So, I mean, shit. And at 8 tons, this as an upper stage, right here, with 4 kilometers per second at delta V, is pretty fucking efficient. And that's with these tanks. In theory, we're gonna have these tanks. Also, hello. Well, it was nice but hanging out, but you know, Bernie. How can I compete? Alright. You're rated for... Remind me again. 2 minutes, 10 seconds. I was sorely mistaken. There we go. Okay. That is a much more reasonable looking rocket. Okay. So, that is the SR3. Given this is 1.9 and this is 1.5, would we just be better doing this? And putting like a payload fairing or something? Maybe. And obviously this is not something we can build right now. This is just me looking at hypothetical options. So, take everything with a grain of salt here. But let's say this is 1.9? Yes. 1.9. We could do that for sure. And let's see, does the decoupler... Okay, it does reduce mass to not have it. We don't have engine clipping or anything. $1.5. And we need about 11 tons here. Maybe 11 and some change. Let's do 12 tons. All right, then we're gonna need a computer here, but that's basically what we're looking at. Oh, no. 7.9. Okay. That's without the decoupler. Yeah. No, that makes more sense. So we do 8 tons, and then we would have like a ring decoupler. Become a communist? Oh, to compete? Done. One step ahead of you. I would not consider myself a communist, but definitely one that flirts with the idea. All right. There's our 7 kilometers per second. Who the fuck? Somebody's texting me or doing something. I gotta fucking turn off my vibration. But yeah, SR3. We're gonna go back to the SR2. We're gonna take this off. And we're gonna switch back to here. Honestly though, post-war rocketry testing, is that what we are doing right now? Yes. Then, yeah, that's probably about what we need. So we do that, we do 6.2, we can make this quite a bit smaller, maybe not that small. Let's see if 350 is sufficient. We'll do 6.5. We're gonna do this. We're gonna put a fairing on it. Oop. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do a payload adapter. What is this diameter? This is 1.5. Just gonna do a flat one then. If the ratios work out nice and it looks all pretty, then I'll do that sort of wireframe one, but it does not work out, and that's fine. So 2.5 kilometers per second is fine, but this is the other thing we want to work on. Will that cause turning? Yes. We don't want it to, though. So we gotta rotate this a bit. Let me move this so that I can get a little bit better of a look. Yeah, that's what we want. Because then essentially, if we have 2 engines, well, that's a bad 2 engines to pick. If we lose 1 engine, we have no torque. We're gonna scoot kind of this way as we're flying, but we have no torque, which means the vehicle can control itself, which is great. So yeah, we're gonna do this. We're going to copy this paint scheme, and this is 3.12. This is 3.12. We will start with a steel fuselage because we're not gonna have the material science node yet. But I would reckon at this this whatever that we are efficient enough to get over the Kármán line. If not, maybe efficient enough to actually get into, like, actual space. It... mildly phallic. It has a mildly phallic look to it. I think the fact that it is bright pink is not helping, but... it does have a mildly dirty look to it. Okay. We're gonna do that. Maybe a little lower. And toggle these off. The dry mass of this thing is 2 tons. I kind of feel like we can probably just recover that. Like, this thing is ridiculous looking, but it should just work. It should just about work. We'll see. Ooh, I have coffee in the fridge. Do I really want more coffee? It's 4:20. Hashtag blaze it. My hands are a little jittery. Probably shouldn't have more caffeine. It's probably getting to the point where I should have a meal. But we're not gonna do that just yet. Right. Ignition. Lift off. Okay, we have suffered a failure immediately. That is A-okay. That is not A-okay. Why? Oh, that's what it is. I know what's happening. I unfortunately know exactly what's happening, which is that I've centered this A, prior to attaching the fairing, and B, probably to the dry mass, or to the wet mass, rather, as opposed to the dry mass. Let's see. Or it is just related to the fairing. And these are not big enough. Ah. There we go. There we go. If that shit ain't enough aerodynamic authority, I don't know what is. Okay. Save, simulate, enable part failures. Because essentially, I am looking for something to fail. Because if it fails and the mission still flies, I'm not even going to say achieves the goal. At this point, we're so early in the career, flying is the goal. Collecting test data and not blowing up right on the launch pad is the goal. If it can do that, then I will consider this a success. But yeah. Oh, I forgot to dial that in. That's fine. What just happened? I think I time warped too much. Ah! My own impatience will be the death of me. I figured at 24 years old I would know that by now, but alas. Okay, surface up. Right. Honestly, I wonder if I just need to immediately shut off the opposing engine. Maybe that's the strategy? Also, Eplib and Cassie, how have y'all been? Because I asked Kerbal Boy earlier, but I don't think y'all were here for that. Well, I didn't ask Kerbal Boy specifically. I wasn't like, fuck everyone else, how are you doing? But I asked generally speaking how everybody was. Alright, we're gonna give it 30 degrees of aerodynamic control. If that can't fucking steer this thing, what can? Alright, so if I have a failure, I'm going to immediately pause the game and figure out which engine needs to be shut down, and then shut it down. And it should be able to recover from that. Which does mean that this is like a no time warp vehicle. Okay, why are you not actually stable? Huh. Okay. This is more... It's more complicated than I thought. It's a more complicated issue than I thought. Okay. Oh, Jesus, excuse me. Alright, so this is a 1.5 meter diameter thing. .12. Let's slide this little jacket on, which is once again sounding phallic, given this thing's shape. Oops. But yeah, how does that help the aerodynamics? A bit. Let's see if 6 fins. Is 6 fins sufficient? Better. Definitely better. But now we have worse delta V. Fuck me. And again, the balancing might be off. Okay, so it isn't just because it has this fairing. All right. Maybe this solution is not good. Just blanketly. Alright, 75% versus this one, which is 85%. That's just better. It's also better thrust. So, yeah. Let's see. Hmm. Bernie is playing Among Us? Okay. There's no way that's true. Okay, he's not. You're lying to me. That was just believable enough. Because, like, AOC has just played Among Us on Twitch. So this is the kind of thing that could be true. Which says a lot about Bernie Sanders. Holy shit. Alright. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Alright, 6.3. That is all we need. Okay, that gets slightly good performance. That gets significantly better performance. So... yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. If you had said Candy Crush, I'd be like, okay, you're obviously lying. This is obviously, like, for comedic effect. And yeah, like, if you had said Dead by Daylight, again, obviously lying. Obviously for comedic effect. But Among Us? That's believable. Like, that is properly believable. Okay. How do we get this center of lift back? Like, do I need to just full on Saturn 1B this thing? This has 2,500 meters per second, and it can barely get to space. 2,100 is not going to get us there. $2,100 is simply not going to cut it. No. 3.2 tons. Oops. Oh, shit. Obviously don't save. Do that, do that, do that, that. Take these off. Now. What is the total weight here? 8 tons, roughly. Oh, it's way too much. No, this looks bad, but this is obviously before adding fairings into couplers and whatever. So, total mass on that is 1.8. Meaning we do not need nearly that much. Okay, 0.625. God damn it. Ah! Let me make this smaller. Come on. Why does it do this? Alright. So this is 625 by 1.4. I want to just do 625 by 1. Okay. 1.2. Boom. Boom. Though, I will say, hold on. Very unconventional. But it's not going to really respect our tooling here anyway. So why not go all out and do this? Right. $1.8 is all we need. Okay. That gives us 7 minutes of independent whatever. Okay. Make this the root part. Take this off. Okay. Then, what we do is we do this. Interstage adapter is what I'm looking for. There we go. 1.3, I think, is this diameter. Yes. The bottom gonna be 1.5. And we do this. And we go up. that. And honestly, we could go... Well... No, we can't. I don't wanna. That's sufficient. So we burn like that, and then we burn like that. Okay, so that is not decoupling properly. Which is perhaps not that surprising. Because I had it set up wrong. So let's clip that as much as we can. While still being kind of comfortable. And then extra height, we're gonna bring that down until again, it is just as much as we need. God damn it, I needed that open. Okay. Right there. Okay. That is really fuck ass, but it'll do. Okay. Put our space agency logo on there. What an insane space agency logo we have, but all right. That'll probably work. Maybe. Possibly. Oh, but we need to balance these engines. So, in its current state, it will not work, actually. There we go. I guess I probably need to do this to the center of mass, not the dry center of mass. Because essentially, if you think about this logically, A, failures are more likely to happen early than late. B, If they happen early, we're going to be heavier. We're going to need more torque to overcome it. Now, the inverse is also true, which is that if the failure happens later, we're going to need more air to overcome it. We may not be able to do that. So, two-way street. Both ways are not great. But theoretically, this should be fine. All right. So, I am going to hit simulate. I'm going to go run to the restroom because I really got to pee. I'll be right back. All right. Let's rock and roll. I don't know if y'all can hear me. Hopefully you can. Yeah, it looks like you can. All right, surface up. Ignition. Lift off. Oh, well, I just intentionally lit it with 3 engines. Whoops. Well, this is a good sanity check. I mean, it's struggling. But it is flying. It is undeniably flying. I did just realize that I put no method of stability control whatsoever on that second stage. So the second stage is gonna fly like shit. But that's really okay. So, ditching the fairings. All right. Well. That works. The first stage part it does, at least, which is significant. But let's do this. Yeah, I'd believe it if you told me that aerodynamics of this thing are fucking unstable. How are we going to do this? I have a couple ideas. First one is basically this. And then this sort of thing. Whoa. Not what I meant to do. Is probably damn near what I'm gonna need to do though. But I don't know. We do 10 of these. How does that affect the aerodynamics? Better. Not perfect. Oh, excuse me. We don't have... Oh, we do have reaction controls. Okay. Three kilometers per second. We're gonna have more than we need. Let's see. Because essentially we kind of need this up here because that shifts the center of mass forward, which is beneficial. And we kind of need this to be short because that just improves our whatever. Now, we don't necessarily have to have a rounded thing there, and we might be better off without one. But we'll see about that. Honestly, hold on. What are the aerodynamics of that? Let's add the parachute. Do that. Okay. But like, what are the aerodynamics of this? Because essentially, instead of doing all this nonsense with the fairings, we can Disable the decoupler. Basically, just make this a boat tail. Truly just say fuck it. Do about that. And let's do that. We're gonna put some radial tanks. Let's toggle these closed just so that we can make sure these fit. These might not fit. No, those aren't gonna fit. Okay, so we do that. We do this. We give this, you know, reaction control thrusters. We're making a really fuck-ass version of the Delta II upper stage, essentially. Where it has that payload fairing, or interstage fairing, I suppose, as just part of the vehicle. But it's like, what the fuck are we supposed to do other than that? Alright. Nitrogen should be sufficient. This thing's very small. Nitrogen. Toggle open closed. That is barely where we need it to be, but barely counts. And then we're going to do a mesh interstage. 1.5 meter. Very, very small. But yeah, essentially that is the idea. We light all 4 of these. That goes off. We light this. That decouples. We're going to shed the fairings at some point when we are sufficiently out of the atmosphere. And good God, we have made quite possibly one of the ugliest rockets I've ever made. Fuck-ass Saturn 1B looking thing. But maybe it works. Now, the problem is that I've now added things, and so that's not working anymore. So I need to fix that. But yeah, it should be okay. Absolute. Okay, that's good enough. Move that down. Save. And send it. Good Lord. Oh, and another channel just went live that I follow. Who we're gonna raid, more than likely, at the end of all of this, which is Ice King of Space. Because he's doing Kerbal. And I like him. He's cool. Come to think of it, I'm not 100% sure of Ice King's pronouns, but I think he, him. So, if I'm wrong, sorry about that. Alright, surface up, Ignition sequence start. Lift off. Ah, fuck. Well, there's the avionics. We will have to fix that, because if we suffer a failure in the first 2 or 3 seconds, we're fucked. And we are going to suffer failures, as is evident. But the design of this thing is such that it is really fucking resilient. Ideally resilient enough that we don't really need to worry about failures. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't know how to... Oh, control point reversed. Surface up. Alright. Revert to launch, because we don't actually need to... Where are we going anyway? Space. These are sounding rockets, so our goal is just to get past the Kármán line. We're not doing the downrange sounding rockets, we're just doing scientific. So we're going up. Ideally as much up as we can go. Control from here. Okay, well now you're fucking behaving normal. That's queer. But alright. Okay, we're back in control. I'm in Microsoft Flight Sim. Nice. So, it is important to not hot stage this too hot. Alright. This is the engine that has suffered a failure. It's just a loss of thrust. Which does mean that we're asymmetric, but we're nowhere near as asymmetric as would really cause problems. So, we should be okay. I'm gonna adjust staging on the fly here. 4, 3, 2, 1, lighting, staging. All right. We are once again under active control. Apparently I have to retell it to do that, but... Oop, that was the wrong move. Damn. I will also say we were not even close. We were not even close to quite making it. So we're gonna need better something. Now, what that something is, I don't know yet. But we can definitely start by giving this 2.2 tons of control. And this, I don't know if this is how this works, but I think I can do that. I think I can do that. And in fact, I should be able to cut it even more. 5.76. This will tell me. Do I have the avionics? No. Okay, so it is not cumulative like I was thinking. $8.25 tons. All right. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to put 4 nitrogen thrusters here so that we can use all of our RCS as thrust. If we need to. Though, we turn that off. Well, no, because that penalizes us. Okay, wait. 2.896. 167. Okay. It's way cheaper, but it's way, way less efficient. So, we're not going to do that. Okay. Now, there is a slightly alternate design that I would like to consider, which is, what if we do this, and maybe not to that extent, but to about there, and then we do this. We bring this extra height down quite a bit, and we shed, I don't know, 1/4 of a ton. Gives us 2.904 meters per second. We disabled the coupling, 2.7. So, not great, not terrible. I am. I'm having the time of my life. I'm gonna keep streaming. And you get to see this fuck-ass monstrosity. This is... what is gonna be our second sounding rocket. It is 4 of our first standing rockets, clustered with angled engines so that we can suffer a failure and be fine. And then 1 of ours in here with all this. So, yeah. I'm increasingly just considering making a different tankage for this. In fact, let me try that as the SR2C. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. All right. Okay. Well, I don't actually need to throw it away. I need to take this off and then reconsider. So this is a 625. But I suppose we don't really have to have this either. Let's keep it on just to observe, but hollow cone 1.3, 1.5 was it? Yes. And then make it long. Take this off. I have ideas. Yeah, at this point, I'm gonna probably stop around 6 p.m. my time, but that still gives me about an hour, I want to say. Let's see. Yeah, about an hour. Okay. So, it's definitely unconventional, putting it lightly. Let's see. So, how long are you rated for anyway? You get like 45 seconds, 49 with upgrades. Not fucking nitrogen. Veronique. So, yeah, that's with the upgrades. And then, again, not nitrogen. There we go. That's without. So, that versus... So that was 48. This is 51. So that's a tank that should work for both. We're going to take this off. We're going to put this down here. We're going to make this 1.5 meters. And I don't know, 2 meter or 2-ton control authority. That should do. I'm gonna move these thrusters out. Like that. Do that. Do that. Do that. we'll actually do a flat one because we're just gonna mount this directly. And then we don't need anything, any like interstage or nothing, because we can just do this. Building a Lego set right now, so I'm not gonna be able to chat. Gotcha. What Lego set before you go? Just out of curiosity, because I'm nosy. Right. Is that with turpentine? It is with turpentine. Oh, but they both use turpentine by the looks of it. Oh my god, let me target this fucking engine. Alright. Oh, are these using the AGL? They sure fucking are. Let's just switch this one over then. One sec. Okay. Roger, roger. Oh, wow. Okay, that improves our delta V a lot. That improves our delta V a lot. Holy shit. Okay. Reward requests. Oh, it said that I had 2 new ones, but I don't see them. If you redeemed points for something, let me know. Okay. Avionics are sufficient. Alright, when we ditch this, that is not a sufficient aerodynamic position to be in. Now, there are ways that we could improve it. Do we have just a procedural structure? We do. Okay. And also, I am aware that these are going to need to be like this. I intend to have them as such. But honestly, this looks a lot like a couple of different upper stages that I've done. Oh, what'd you send? Oh, dude! I fucking wanted this set. I don't know. I don't have any of the Minecraft Legos, but of all of the ones that I've seen... That's not true. I have some that I think my parents had that are now in my collection. But out of all of the Lego Minecraft sets that I've seen, that's like one of the ones that I gotta have it. That is for sure on my list of ones that I would like to buy. Oh shit, I just realized. Because of differential throttle, right, that will actually allow us to do pitch and yaw, which is all we need. So that works. Okay. So that's there versus that. If we do this, right? Take these off. Let's take this off. Let's put that on. We'll do that so that it's not clipped in. Okay. We'll do that. I am curious. What does doing this do? You know, if we do a smooth cone up here, that's going to shift the center of mass quite a bit forward. And so in theory, that'll help. In practice, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly better. Good luck, because it's retired. I thought they made another one. That or time is just flying way faster than I think it has been, which is quite likely. But I swear I've seen that one recently. Might have been at Bricks and Minifigs, though, which does sell a lot of retired sets. We have a local branch that I'm quite fond of. It's 1.5. All right. Though I do know there's some controversy with them. I'm not fully enlightened on what it is, but I know I probably shouldn't be buying from them in the immediate term. All right, so let's say hypothetically that works, and then that works. That's at 3.1. It's not aerodynamically stable, though. I don't know how much I believe that, but it's not aerodynamically stable. If we just make it heavy as shit, it is. But, Okay. Okay. Other idea. Because we're just dicking around at this point. Get that. Get this. Hollow cone. 1.5. 1.3. Whoops. Oh, yay big. Oh. Hold on. Okay, like that. 1.25. All right. If you squint, I think that that is a reasonable amount. So let's see here. I'm going to clip this in an amount that I think is appropriate, which is that, because a lot of engines are already fucking like that. I'm going to raise this up like that approximately. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do like that. Okay, nowhere near that much though. Because we're looking at like a 2-ton upper stage. Okay. 2 tons is just barely doable with that. But then we do a rounded cone. Right. And a cylindrical tank. "45 seconds is exactly what we need. Awesome. Do this shit. Put those in a little bit. Make them go like that. And then we just need tiny little spherical tanks of nitrogen. Nowhere near this big. Like, maybe that big. Maybe a little bigger. And yeah, high pressure steel tanks filled with nitrogen. That is stable. That is also stable. It's ugly as sin. But yeah. Has to do mainly with the local, franchise, corporate, and police corruption. So what I'm hearing is I shouldn't be shopping there. More than likely. I don't know. I have a bunch of sets that I'm trying to sell. I have 2 employee gift sets that I'm trying to sell, but the boxes aren't in good condition. So the actual selling price has gone down quite a bit, unfortunately. All right. So 2.9. Certainly not great, but it'll do. I'm not gonna bother painting this thing just yet, because it is gonna be a little janky. But I reckon this'll do. And actually, in fact, we don't need a truss interstage. The thinnest ring that we can get will actually do. Because we're firing into a hollow. Which will work. Simulate. Let me make sure that the engines are balanced again, because this is a considerably different design. I mean, that was pretty close to being balanced. That's probably about as good as we can get. This thing has 3 minutes of electricity. Alright, we're gonna need a little bit more than that. I don't think I'm erring on the side of caution by saying that. We're gonna need more than 3 minutes of power. Though, I mean, maybe not. All right. Surface. Up. Control from here. Ignition. Liftoff. We have immediately suffered 2 failures. On these 2 engines. Engine 1 and Engine 4. Which is not amazing, but it will do. We might need active control aerodynamically here. We'll see. Alright, we have suffered a failure. We're performing really poorly. We've suffered another failure. Okay. I mean, that's stable. That's stable enough. And then if we deploy these, is that going to allow us to land? Obviously, we're way heavier than we're going to be, but I just want to make sure that these parachutes can, in fact, deploy and do work. Which they do. We're gonna land on the avionics bay, which is probably not a great crumple zone, if I'm being honest. But, it'd work. Let's see what it's like without failures, though. I'm just gonna turn off failures. We had fucking 4 failures and that thing still flew straight. So I think testing this thing for failures is no longer needed. If it can get to space, it can do everything it needs to do. And it has adequately performed its mission, we'll say. We've done enough fucking around and finding out. Now it's time to just see if the damn thing can fly. If under ideal circumstances. And I lied. I am gonna have the rest of my coffee. Because it sounds kind of nice. And I paid fucking $9 for a coffee. I so rarely go out to get coffee these days that I was like, you know, I'm streaming. It's a thing that I haven't done in a while. Caffeine would be nice. Little treato for treating myself well and doing what I want to do would be nice. And then I got there and they were like, all right, that'll be $9.50. And I was like, I want to die. I want to kill myself. Which I know coffee's expensive. I know firsthand coffee's expensive. I work as a barista. But to just be on the receiving end of like, all right, that'll be $10 plus tip. It's like, oh. And to be completely clear, I was getting a granita. And I know for a fact that these baristas are not getting paid like I do. Which kind of makes me feel even worse about it. Because, like, if my money was actually going to paying the baristas well, that's one thing. But I went to a local coffee shop, well, local chain called PJ's. And I know for a fact they don't pay their fucking employees dick all. Okay, I need to not hot stage quite that hot. But yeah, they don't pay their employees shit. I'm pretty sure they're making like $9 an hour. And so, you know, it hurt a little more than it would have if it was like Starbucks. I will say Starbucks is also Zionist, so like, and like super Zionist might not be the right word, but like super supportive of Israel, which is its own problem, but they at least pay their fucking workers. You know, I get $15.50 or whatever an hour, which is super uncommon in Louisiana, where minimum wage is the federal minimum wage. So, you know, but yeah, I hate supporting businesses that don't pay their fucking employees. But it's like now I like, even more than I already should, I have to tip. Well, where do you live? That's the thing. Because like I said, our minimum wage I think is either $8.25 or $9.25. Like, it is federal minimum wage. It is ass. I'm gonna go ahead and do this actually, just so that when we do light up, it has the RCS as a stabilization force. But yeah, we might need to add upwards-facing separation motors too, but cross that bridge when we get there. I'm not going to look at chat for a second, because I need to lock in. Why the fuck? I wonder if we recontacted or something. Let me put SEP motors on it. But, yeah, no, in Louisiana, outside of New Orleans, like, New Orleans is good because New Orleans is a city and it's very liberal and they actually pay people. But outside of New Orleans, you don't get paid shit. The job market here sucks. The only benefit is that the cost of living is, compared to a lot of the country, pretty fucking low. But, that's just not a, in my opinion, good enough excuse to not pay people. So I feel like extra bad whenever I'm getting coffee from one of these, like, local but not artisanal places, because a lot of these, like, New Orleans mom and pop artisanal coffee shops that are, like, super hipstery, super, like, you know, we're doing coffee as art, right? They pay so well, and there's such a competition to even get in the door at those places. Those are not necessarily who I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm trying to finesse. 7 should be fine. That is... We have 8-ton avionics, right? We got 8 tons of rocket. That'll do. That'll do. But yeah, what was I saying? These places that are like local chains, which is all we have out here, because I live in a small town that is a suburb of New Orleans. Which is better than where I lived when I was in high school, because I was a suburb of this town. So I was a suburb of a suburb of a suburb of New Orleans. I was like fucking 4 degrees removed. But motherfuckers out here still don't get paid. So, which is why I work not in this city. Obviously I'm not going to tell y'all where I work or anything, but you know, I work A, for Starbucks, where I get paid, and B, not in the city, like 30 minutes away, because we don't have a Starbucks here. We have PJ's, which is our local New Orleans chain, and they don't pay shit. Fuck PJ's Coffee. I will say, though, they have granitas, and those are fucking delicious. Because it is, and real coffee motherfuckers will come after me for this, because it is dead espresso shots, which are a thing, but I think are probably less of a thing than people make them out to be. But it is espresso and ice, blended with a little bit of milk, in a daiquiri machine, which I don't know if y'all even know what a daiquiri is. I might have to explain that. But it's basically like a alcoholic slushy that we do around here. Engine shut off due to propellant settling. What the fuck? This wasn't an issue. Okay, I wonder if I'm hot staging too late now. So I'm gonna try that. But you know, crazy culture shock if you're ever coming to Louisiana, specifically the New Orleans side of Louisiana. You can get drive-through daiquiris. You can go through a drive-through. We have drive-through liquor stores. They're not common, but we got drive-through liquor stores too. But you can drive through and be like, I want, you know, a large hurricane daiquiri or whatever, and get like a 48-ounce big gulp sized cup with like probably the equivalent of 4 or 5 shots of liquor in it, to go with a straw in the cup. And they put a little paper on it so that if you get pulled over, you can be like, I'm not drinking, officer. This is completely legal. And it is, as long as you're not drinking it. But because since it has the little paper on it and whatever, it doesn't count as an open container. For whatever reason, that doesn't necessarily feel right to me either. I know y'all are probably thinking that's weird as shit, and it is. Don't get me wrong. But, yeah, no, you can do that. The other kind of weird thing that I don't think is weird, but I definitely notice when I'm traveling out of state, you can buy hard liquor, like whiskey and, like, even Everclear sometimes, at just, like, a normal grocery store. And it's so strange to me because I have been, like, in Mississippi or in Alabama or Florida on, like, vacation, and I'm like, oh, let's just drop down to the fucking Walmart and get a thing of tequila and make margaritas and whatever. And we can't do that. You have to go to a liquor store, which is so crazy to me because that's just, there's just an aisle for that at our Walmarts. But I forget that that's not, like, a normal thing throughout the country. So also these are backwards, but yeah, there's definitely a couple things about living in Louisiana that are very unique, and I think the culture surrounding alcohol is definitely one of them. All right, that... I'm gonna try and switch to one of those mesh interstages that will not melt immediately, and maybe that works. Also, somebody sent me something on Discord, so let me check that real quick. Oh, it's a couple of my... Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna mark this unread so that I can respond to N9 later. But, yeah, funny little peek into my life. So I had to basically reset OBS, from scratch, and, like, 2 years ago, I reached out to N9 and I was like, what stream settings do you use? And so I just went back into our DMs and looked at that and got the answer. And yeah. Okay. Big ass interstage that will hopefully not interfere. I don't know. If that doesn't fix it, I don't fully know what the problem is. If I'm being honest. But yeah, I had to go back through and I just pinned the message because that's what if I ever need to do it again, that's where I'm gonna go. And he, I guess, saw that he never answered me on a question that I asked him like a year and a half ago. And so he messaged and was like, oops, my bad. Which, honestly, is the type of shit I'd be pulling. So, I can't even be mad at him for that. I'm trying to think of anything else that's just, like, distinctly weird about New Orleans. I don't know. New Orleans specifically, I think, has not legal, but not illegal weed, which is a very strange situation to find yourself in. Basically, it's not criminalized. So if you get caught with it, I don't think that there's anything more than like just a $250 fine. But if you have enough to sell, it's a crime. I think. I don't fully know the laws about it. Not legal advice. But I want to say that that's not pretty common, but that might be common. I don't know. I don't know what laws about possession and such are in the rest of the country. Alright. Lighting. let's see. And now this one just isn't even separating. Okay. So it's something with the stage itself. It's not a separation mechanism problem. It is a problem with the stage. Let me see if it is something regarding it being in flight versus something unrelated to that. Because I'm going to try and put a decoupler that'll actually work on here. And then, after I do that, I will try and just ground light it, I guess. That's too big. Okay. We'll see if that works. Because it might just be that we're lighting this while it is supersonically in flight, which is not the case for our previous sounding rocket. Therefore, there might just be too much dynamic pressure, which sucks because I don't think that there is a clean solution to that. I don't know for certain, but I'm fairly sure there isn't. So that kind of sucks. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try and basically ground launch this. So surface up, reaction control on. Yeah, and that works. And I mean, it's not stable. Like, it's gonna start pitching over. But it is notably burning the whole way. So, I don't know. I wonder if the dynamic pressure is higher because it has such a blunted nose. Maybe that's the problem. Like, if we just gave it a more aerodynamic nose, would that solve the aerodynamic pressure problems? Because it's also going to shift the center of mass forward, which is the opposite of what we want. But, God willing, that can probably be solved somehow. So let's see here. We're looking for 45 seconds of burn time, which is right about there. But that center of lift is going to be too far forward. So, we're gonna just have to do that. Because really, as long as, like, let's see, halfway through the burn, we're there, we're there. It's only in the last 12 seconds of flight that we're going to be aerodynamically unstable. We should be far enough out of the atmosphere for that to not be a problem. I would hope, at least. Let's try that. Still about the same delta V, though. So it hasn't, like, made the fucking rocket non-functional or whatever. It's still fulfilling its purpose. if it works. Ah, Kerbal Boy fulfilled hydrate and posture check. I see. Well, I will stretch and I will drink water. I got a notification on that something was fulfilled, but not what it actually was. Okay. Firing the engines. Go. We're slightly overweight. That's fine. That is so minor that unless we suffer a failure at liftoff, at the instant of liftoff, we should be okay. Alright, we're definitely going faster. And see, the problem here is that we actually have higher dynamic pressure. But, I mean, maybe we'll be out of the thick of the atmosphere in time for that to not be a problem. I kind of doubt it, but I don't know. Nope. Sure fucking ain't. God, what is the solution here? What on earth is the solution here? Other than just, like, I don't know, build a less fuck-ass rocket. That's the obvious solution. That's not the solution I want it to be. I want to have my cake and eat it too. I don't think it's gonna make it that far. That's my only objection to that. I don't think it's gonna make it that far. Ah, fuck. Undo that. Alright, I do want to say, and this is not a clean solution. It's a very unclean solution, if anything. But I do want to say, that gets 2,300? No, it doesn't. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. I lied. Alright, if we do successfully just let it coast, I think the answer is going to be to do kind of a powered separation followed by ignition. Because these will settle the propellant and get us off. These will hold long enough, ideally, to get that engine fully spooled up. So if that's our goal, that's our goal. And I will just look at the engine, because it should tell me, like, oh, unreliable because of aerodynamic issues and dynamic pressure and whatever. So, you might be right, Kerbal Boy. I'm willing to give it a try. I kind of feel like this thing's only going to reach an apogee of like 20 kilometers. I don't know if that's going to be high enough. Because if we light at 20 kilometers, then we don't have any velocity, and that's its own problem. So I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Welp. Up. And up, up, and away. I assume that's because we're flying too low. Alright, so... unstable. Obviously. No. Okay. And are we out of nitrogen? No. Are these firing? Also no. Question mark. Big old question mark on that. Do we not have enough avionics? Is that the problem? How much avionics do we have? 2 tons. Ah! Well, that certainly is probably part of it, but that's definitely not the whole story. Yeah, we're gonna hit an apoapse of around 27 kilometers. I'd be willing to try lighting it at 25? I don't think that's gonna be high enough. Okay. I do have another idea. It's risky. It adds unnecessary variables. But it'll work. By lowering the forces involved, that fixes it. Still want me to hop in VC, or did that prove that it works? Because to me, that seems stable enough. Now, we do become aerodynamically unstable for the last 12 seconds of flight, and that is a phase of flight, but it doesn't seem to be that bad. We really do not need nearly as much nitrogen as I thought. It's not a great solution, though. I'm gonna hop in VC. Alright. Alright, what is...
Okay, I just muted the stream so I don't hear you double.
Okay.
So I think with the coast try, what went wrong
Mm-hmm.
is those separation motors burn really fast and not a ton. So while you do get haulage, you only get it for a very short period of time.
Right.
Kinda have to mash your space bar to make it work. Oh my god,
Yeah...
fucked.
Wait, what did
And
you
then
say?
Florida's fucked on the stream. It's just
Yeah...
it's a little fucked. Oh,
I don't know. I think... This might be, like, super old RP-1 knowledge, but is there still a way that you can choke the thrust of it? So that they burn slowly? Like, by setting the thrust limiter?
I'm pretty sure with engines that can't throttle, you can't set the thrust limiter.
Okay.
So,
I
I
know, like,
think, but
way back in the day that you... Thing.
I don't know, man.
Oh,
I
well...
have not played RP-1 that much,
It
and by
is...
RP-1 I mean.
saying that you can?
Oh, oh wait, for the SEP motors you can, and that'll make them burn longer. That helps.
I painted
But
this
like,
rocket as very temporary.
yeah, I could tell.
Also, RP-1, yikes.
Oh
What do
wait,
you
you're
mean
talking to
RP-1,
chat.
yikes? Yeah, I'm talking to chat. But no, I do appreciate your insight. I'm gonna probably hop out of VC, but...
Okay, coolio. Okay, bye, Pook, I guess.
Bye. Alright, I think... Goodness, I think... doing this might help. I don't know. Like, if at 100% thrust, we're barely achieving 1 thrust-to-weight ratio. But I think if we get 2 seconds of burn time there from these little fucking spin motors. Oh, it is RSS. Well, it's Sol, which is the same scale and solar system as RSS. It's just a better made mod. Better made mod. Hot fucking take. Sorry. Yeah, it's just as hard. I've been playing this for years. I've been doing RP-1 since, oh goodness, 2017? I want to say. Roundabout. I never... Oh, you can do space planes. If you want space planes, you have come to the right fucking person. Let me show you some fucking space plane. Oh, well, I can't show you some fucking space planes because it won't load. But no, I made an orbital space plane in my last save that re-entered at an 85-degree angle of attack. You can do some crazy fuck-ass shit in RSS. It's just actually rocket science. But I want to get a degree in this stuff. So, challenge accepted? Alright. So... Oh, good. Well, Good news, the fins do work. Bad news, we have a really fuck-ass solution, if you can even call it a solution. But I'm gonna have one button simultaneously do all the staging for me, because we need this to be done very quickly. So toggle engine. Actually, we're just gonna shut down the engine. Activate engine. Activate RCS. And activate engine. Oh, and do this. Decouple fully. I don't know which is which, so I'm not gonna worry about them. But did that work? I do appreciate hiding some more fuel in the engine. Yes, that is our reaction control thruster fuel. Because yeah, the engine fairing that you're describing is actually our avionics units. Because essentially we needed it to be conical so that it would be naturally stable. But we also need the center of mass to be as far forward as possible. Avionics is lighter than our fuel, so we put the fuel in front, the avionics in the back, and it's a little fuck ass, but it works. Anyway, up and away. Pull. Off. Yeah, this is the paint scheme for the first sounding rocket that we did. It is not going to be the paint scheme for all of our sounding rockets. Are we there yet? Not quite, E-Plub. We got or Eplub, we got a little longer to go. Used to SSOs being easy, the RCS, soft kick in the dick, or swift kick in the dick. Yeah. So here's the fucked up secret, right? I never played stock Kerbal. I played stock Kerbal long enough to do suborbital stuff, and then pretty much never again after that. Alright, so that was not a wonderful separation. I might go to your solution, Kerbal Boy, though, where it's just like spam click. Just send it as hard as possible. But yeah, I never had like an STO phase. I did in RP-1 or in RO, but yeah. Oh, I don't recommend starting the way that I did. This is very much a do as I say, not as I do channel. But yeah, I basically got into Kerbal because I watched an RP-1 YouTuber, specifically Cosmonaut Crash, and I played the base game, thought it was boring as shit, and I was like, I want to torture myself, and I'm 15 at this point. I think I can do anything, and so I just hopped straight into RSS. And I figured it out pretty quick, because really all you gotta do is build like a one-to-one recreation of the Falcon 9 or the Delta 4 or whatever, and then just start kind of fucking with things a little bit, seeing what you can trim down, seeing what you can make better, and you start to learn how rockets work well enough that you can well and truly do it. Give me 1 second and I'm gonna start reading chat again. Alright. We're We're gonna do this Kerbal Boy style. That was not a good solution, but yeah, and I'm old. There's a yearly dogfighting tournament hosted by Scott Manley himself. Yes, I did know about that. I mean, I like aerodynamics. I can show you a couple of my planes, probably. Let's see. I don't know. I'm kind of done with this. I will probably come back to it next time I stream. Which, again, I'm not making promises anymore. But I would like to stream Monday, so or Tuesday, or both. But yeah, let's see. Spaceplane hangar. So this is the X1. It's the X1. This is the Kagamine Rin. And then her brother, the Kagamine Lin. These are the two X1 aircraft that we got. One is a rocket plane, one's a jet. But we got way crazier shit in this. So let's see. Inbox test? Was this the save? I mean, I made Robo, which was a plane using an Atlas engine. I made... That's just a recreation, though. I'm trying to find you actual, proper, original planes. Unfortunately, I think a lot of those are on previous saves. Yeah, and those are missing. Yeah. A lot of... See, the thing is that a lot of these planes are from other saves, and so they don't have good, the parts don't transfer over. But, like, we got this. I mean, I had a supersonic transport that could do Mach 3 with 300 people in it, and could launch a rocket from it. The parts aren't compatible, unfortunately. I had this Orbital X-15 that I was trying for a bit, on top of a triple-core E1 Titan. Oop. Did not mean to save that to the save. Oh, well. I don't know. Really, the crazy shit is all going to be in my Discord. That's where the super fun stuff is. Yeah. I mean, if you want to see... Well, yeah, that was without, like, nose cones. That was not finished. The finished one's probably in the VAB. But, let me... shit. Let me see. Greenies... First Tato. That's the other thing. All of my X-Planes are named after Vocaloids. All my rockets are named after Evangelion characters. If you're wondering what the naming scheme is, that is the naming scheme. Now, Teto, at least of late, really was my magnum opus, because it was a plane that could fly stably at 85 degrees angle of attack during reentry. So it was a thing that landed like a plane, completely normal plane, but it re-entered like Starship. And it did that by basically just having... here we are. Let me see if I can get this up on stream. Since you're begging me for it. This is, I believe, a little less than full angle of attack. But definitely pretty close. Save image as. Screenshot. I just drag and drop it? Yes. So this was Teto. This was the space plane that could re-enter at damn near 85 degrees angle of attack. That's it a little later in re-entry, but here is pretty much it flying at maximum angle of attack. And you can see that it is pretty much straight up. And the way that it did that was by having that tail fin down there, the horizontal stabilizer, basically fully pointed down relative to the plane. And so that acted as your primary steering surface. The wing control surfaces that would normally do pitch do yaw and a little bit of roll. And then that tail does pitch and a little bit of roll. Yeah, it was very unstable, but if you coaxed it into just the right corridor of flight, it tended to behave, and it flew pretty happily. Let's see if I can show you some other cool X-planes I got in Discord. Oh, yes. So, you ever seen a plane travel at 1.8 kilometers per second straight down? That's what that looks like. Again, similar trick. You just make the tail go down. And it allows you just enough stability that you can basically fall belly down. And this was basically an X-15 type design, so it would fly to space and then come back. The difference is that it would do so at way higher heights. It could hit, I think, 250 kilometers altitude, whereas the X-15 barely got over 100. So we're doing double the X-15. It would go basically straight up and fall belly down. I mean, feel free to link an image, yeah. Assuming it's of like Kerbal stuff and nothing that would get you banned. Let's see. Yeah. What kind of engines are those? Is that just like fusion antimatter, like sci-fi engine, generic sci-fi engine, or are those like meant to be chemical rockets? I don't know. I've definitely made things that weigh well over 700 tons, but not a lot of them have flown off the runway. There it is, scrams. C or near T is scrams. Yeah, I will say I am working on the math and calculations and whatever behind an actual like would work in real life plane that could go about Mach 2 or 3 that would probably have a runway weight of, yeah, like 500 tons. 600 tons. Basically a Mach 3 747. And its purpose is not to be an airliner. It is meant to launch basically the Titan II, but at Mach 3 at altitude. Not gonna give the full context behind that because that unveils a whole project I'm working on. But there is an alternate history that I'm writing that is a bit out there. Definitely a bit out there. And I'm not even gonna say realistic, but scientifically plausible. But yeah, it would probably need runways the size of at least the space shuttle landing runway, if not bigger than that, to even take off. But like I said, it has a payload weight of like over 100 tons, and it can go Mach 3. It is designed to do a very specific job. But yeah. On that note, I've been live for how many fucking hours? At least 5. Yeah, I just crossed into 5. How dare you write actual historic technological fiction? Yeah, this will be my second work. Third that I'm working on, but second... Well, fourth work, actually, but second published one. What depraved people would read that? A lot of people, actually. But... Yeah. I'm gonna leave it at that. This has been an amazing stream. I want to thank everybody for coming out. Considering I have not streamed in 6 or 7 months, I think this went spectacular, and I loved being here. I hope y'all loved being here, and yeah, it's been a blast. I hope to be seeing y'all more and more soon, and yeah, with that, we're gonna go raid Ice King of Space. Gonna get this focus on the space program logo. I will see y'all later. Take care, everyone. Oh my god, did I... Hold on. Ice King of Space might not be streaming anymore. I might have to very quickly find somebody else who's streaming. Yeah, they are offline. Ah! Alright, hold on. We're gonna find somebody. If I can't find somebody, we might just end. But, yeah, I don't see anybody streaming RP-1. I think I'm just gonna end it. But yeah. Y'all take care. And I'll hopefully see you on Monday. Adios.